good. It's day 16 of hiking across America with the flag. We've gone about 8 miles so far today. It's not a whole lot, but something. It's good, I guess. And just trucking along slowly but surely, making progress. So, yeah. Really need to lock in here, guys. Just hit it because I gotta get videos out and what it's like to school. I'm not gonna have time to be. We are out here in Virginia or North Carolina right now. I was in Virginia yesterday. I'm in North Carolina today. Coming from New York, heading to Key West, Florida. It's a beautiful day out here. Parker from Mom's Shakespeare class. Been biking long. Hey! I don't know if that means you're watching with the Shakespeare class, but I assume that's what that means. How's it going? Yes, I haven't been biking that long. Maybe an hour and a half. Probably gone just about 10 miles. So, not super far, but I'm making some progress. Thinking about roses and stuff, because there's fields of what I think are rose or some kind of flower. It's kind of cool just looking out and seeing fields of flowers. Stopped for lunch. We're at Dollywood. Hey Gwen, how's it going? Oh yeah, I did know you were gonna be at Dollywood today. That's fun. That's cool. Dollywood's a cool place. Is it hot there? It's pretty hot here today. I bet it's pretty warm there too. This flower stand here, it's pretty nice. Oh, except that you can't really see it. I can just show you this way. Check out this flower stand. They're selling flowers here. Pretty cool. Hey. Thanks, guys. How's it going? Hey.
There's a Draco.
Hey, Draco. Hey, Lyndon. Hey.
Hi, bud.
How's
Dude,
it
it's more fun to call you and say hello than just send in a comment on the chat.
Yeah, it's more fun.
It is very, very, very hot. We already had people get sick because of heat and ride and topsy-turvy stomachs.
Oh, man.
So we decided to stop for lunch, and they actually shut down the clouds because there's lightning in the distance. It's supposed to start storming here.
Oh,
so
really?
We're going to eat lunch, and then we're going to, then it's supposed to thunderstorm, I think, for a few hours. So we're thinking we may go back in and go to a show or go to the Dollywood Art Museum or whatever. And then we may just take the rain check tickets
What do you mean by rain check tickets?
If it's raining and they have to shut everything down, you can get a free ticket to come back another day.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
So we're probably gonna do that and just have everybody come back another time. But
It's
go
not-
ahead and go and just enjoy the rest of our day, not hanging out here because it closes at 7 anyway, and it's supposed to thunderstorm until like I don't know 6 o'clock or something.
Okay, and it's not just like a percentage off or a little bit of a coupon. It's like the whole. You just get a whole ticket.
It's Dollywood. Dolly. This is Tennessee and Dolly Parton. It's I love you. Come back and see me again, y'all.
Nice.
Yeah. So anyway.
Okay.
A little bit. It's not raining yet, but the storm clouds are moving in and there is lightning. If there's lightning within 10 miles, it's shut down.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I saw the weather forecast this morning after we planned the last trip and planned to do this today. And the weather forecast said showers in the morning, thunderstorms in the afternoon, giving way to thunderstorms in the afternoon with what did it say? Something and torrential downpours at times.
Dang.
The forecast said torrential downpours at times.
Holy cow. Yeah. It sounds pretty. It makes it sound pretty intense.
Yeah, right? Yeah, everybody's probably gonna get soaked. So,
Yeah.
we'll see how long we hang out here, but Liam, I think, wants to go to a show and maybe go to that Dolly Parton Museum before we go, so.
Okay. Nice.
Kids, maybe we need to get their snow ride.
Cool.
Anyway, got some good riding in this morning. We got here at 9:30, I think. Pulled in at 9:30. We're in line for Lightning Rod by 9:45. It still was probably almost 30 minutes waiting though. But right after that it was 90 minutes waiting, so still pretty good.
Oh wow. Gotcha. Yeah. I believe it.
So
Summertime.
yeah, pretty small group. It's only 9 kids this year. Last year I think we had like 16 or 17. I don't know. A lot more.
Really? Only 9 that finish the stuff, or only 9 that can make it?
10 finished the stuff, but Angel wasn't able to make it. I don't know why. She just messaged at the last minute and said she wasn't going to be able to come, like not for any of it.
Gotcha.
So yeah, today we're doing Dollywood, and tomorrow we're going to a Shakespeare play, and we're going to do a big video and photo scavenger hunt. It's like quotes from the 2 plays that they studied, and they have to there's a word missing, so they get points for filling in the word from the quote, and then there's something related to that quote they have to take a picture of or do. And there's a bunch of stranger challenges. It'll be fun. We did it last year. We did one similar one. That was so much fun.
Nice.
So, yeah,
Cool.
that's good. So yeah, have you not had the live stream going very long on this view? I don't know why. I can't see how long you've been on. I can't do as much. I don't like it.
What do you mean?
Thought you were switching that. Oh, I'm on the vertical view. Is there the horizontal today too?
There's only horizontal today. Really? You're on vertical?
Yeah. Oh. No, maybe not. I'm on Messenger.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You thought the messenger call was the live stream?
Not out of the sleep lately. Until 3:30 in the morning, where I grew up last night it was until 2:30 in the morning.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm
That's
an
fun.
idiot. I'm an idiot.
You're good. No, I've been doing horizontal. I did horizontal yesterday too. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday I didn't get on. But you know what?
I have no idea. I tried looking at that and I couldn't find it anywhere. Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't think. I tried looking at it the other.
Maybe that's Jared. Maybe that's Jared if he gets on.
Okay.
Jared is the source of all YouTube knowledge.
Yeah. No. I haven't tried that. But no, I think I'm getting just as many views doing horizontal, actually. Or at least they're more quality views too. Like,
I wonder though if you get new subscribers that way as much. Maybe you do.
I definitely have been getting new subscribers that way as well. So.
No, it's true, because that is mostly what you've done.
Yeah.
And you still are doing the shorts that are vertical that show up in feeds too.
Yeah.
That get people interested. So. Anybody want to say any words to Parker? Volume issue. Feel super alone. Are you listening?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Are you listening?
I'm just biking, that's why I'm not looking. But I'm listening.
I feel super alone right now. You know who's got your back?
Who?
He's got you.
What?
He's with you through all this.
Oh, sounds
Holy
good.
Ghost.
Amen. Amen. Thanks. Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks, Gwen.
Yeah. No problem.
Appreciate it.
Does anyone else? I like your Instagram posts and stuff. Pretty cool.
Okay, thanks.
You got this. No, but I see them in my mouth. I believe Parker.
Thank you.
That's why we doing YouTube.
What?
We're subscribing to you on YouTube.
Oh, nice. Sweet. Sounds good. Is that Drake? Hey? Grass? Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, I have a bunch of random. Say hi to Jacob and Erica for me, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Jared and Erica.
I got what you're saying. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
I will.
They're my besties. Erica is the best. But Jared is such a... Jared is funny. He's like, yeah, I want to... I'm just like, found him. I go on YouTube. Then he's going to come meet him then. I don't know. Is it Vinny? Sort of. Yeah, yeah. All right. time to get back to our earlier. Toiling away, that sounds like more like him. While you're toiling away.
Sounds good.
We
You
love
guys
you.
have fun.
We believe in what you're doing. We think you're great.
Sounds good. Thanks. Have fun.
Okay,
Have
ready?
fun.
One,
Have a
two,
good day.
three, four, 1, 2, 3. Let's go, Parker!
Woo woo woo! Thank you guys.
Love
You're
you,
so sweet for
Parker.
calling. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Talk to you later.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
You guys. Hey Scott, what's up? How's it going? Saw you're on here now. Yeah. Did you hear that, Dad? You heard that? What happened? That's pretty insane. She's like, why are you doing the vertical live stream today? I was like, what do you mean? I'm doing the horizontal. She's like, oh, is this just a messenger call? I was like, what? She thought our FaceTime was the live stream or something. I don't know. Pretty hilarious though. Cracking me up. She was like, oh no, this is the call. She's like, I can't normally talk to you on the live stream like this. Woo! Well, that was sweet of them to call me, and they're on this Shakespeare trip for this Shakespeare class my mom teaches, and her and all the kids called me to encourage me and say hi. So that was nice of them. It's pretty cool. fields and more fields and long, straight, flat roads. It's kind of nice, but not a whole lot of people to talk to. It's all right. Hopefully a little bit farther down the road, I'll maybe go through some small towns, run into some people. Hey guys, I'm biking from New York City to Key West, Florida. I am currently, hey, what's up, Blake? Let's go. I'm currently I just went through Elizabeth City. That's where I started this morning, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Now I don't know where I am. I think I'm in the middle of nowhere. But I'm headed toward Edenton, I think. I'm headed toward Edenton, North Carolina. So trying to go about 50 miles a day. I slept good last night, dude. Then I ended up talking to some people in Elizabeth City, and they let me stay in this little outbuilding that had it was like one room and had a little bathroom attached, no shower, but I ended up sleeping in this big armchair they had there. I just threw my sleeping bag on this big armchair, kicked it back, went to sleep, slept pretty decent actually. Slept pretty good, you know. That's the good thing, is that I can sleep about anywhere, and so it's one of my skills. I can sleep about anywhere, I can eat about anything. You know, I'm pretty easy to please, and so if the apocalypse ever comes, I might be all right. I spent years of my life building this house, and when I was working on it, I'd work on it for days at a time and basically just camp out, sleep in my car, or on some sleeping bags or in a hammock. And so at this point I can basically sleep anywhere. So last night I slept in the armchair. Actually pretty good. There wasn't any place to hang up my hammock, so it was either the armchair or just putting a sleeping bag on a table or something, which I maybe could have pulled off too, but the armchair was actually pretty nice. So not bad. Got some solid hours of sleep in, and woke up this morning, got ready to go, and I'm back on the road again. Out here, just going through soybean field after soybean field after rose field. There's all these fields of roses, which is kind of cool. Cedarwood Village. I don't know if that's the neighborhood here or if that's the town I'm in. Thank you so much, dude. You're so nice. You keep me going. All the people that I got on here and say nice things, and all the people, all my family, all the people I meet in person out here. Just everybody keeps me going. I think if it weren't for all the people encouraging me and stuff, I don't know, maybe I would have quit a while back, but I just feel very blessed to receive all the help and support and encouragement that I've received. So started getting way more spam calls recently, like so many. I used to always answer my phone, but now I don't even want to answer it because it feels like 90% of the time it's just gonna be random people trying to sell me something or scam me or whatever. I don't know. Combination of Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar. I don't know who those are. I'm gonna have to look them up when I get where I'm going tonight. Definitely gonna have to look them up. They sound like people not from here though. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm very interested to see what I look like. I've been told some really interesting ones. Like somebody once told me I look like the kid from Monster House. I was like, thank you. Let's see, what have you been eating to fuel this voyage? They're some of the most bad to the bone cyclists in the world. Okay, I'll have to look them up then. I don't even know. Look at me, I don't know anything about cycling, really. I need to educate myself a little. What have I been eating to fuel this voyage? Basically, whatever food people give me. People have been giving me food. So I've been eating a lot of the food people have been giving me. When I stay with people, often they'll give me dinner and breakfast and stuff. So that's been cool. What else have I been eating? When I'm by myself, just like all sorts of random stuff. Like yesterday, let's see, I didn't have breakfast with anybody, so yesterday I kind of was on my own for meals, which actually hasn't been the norm. I've been mostly eating with other people that have been giving me food, which is crazy. I think I've only had to go out to eat or like pay for myself at restaurants 3 times. And I've only gone to the grocery store twice to get some stuff. So yesterday I went and got some breakfast. I just got some like milk, chugged some milk, some bananas and blueberries, and then some like those Little Debbie pecan spin wheels. Just ate a bunch of that. I've been eating some peanut butter sandwiches. I have some bread and some peanut butter and honey that I've been eating for lunches. And then last night I actually went to a Mexican restaurant because I was just so hungry. So I went to the Mexican restaurant and I asked him, I was like, ¿Cuál plato viene con la más comida posible? What plate comes with the most food possible? And he showed me a couple. One was like $30 and I was like, nah, that's all right. But then he showed me this other one that was like 16 or 17. I'm like, that'll work. So it was, and then I chowed down on chips and salsa too for like 20 minutes before my meal got there. Kept having them bring me more. So by the time my meal got there, I was already like halfway full, but I just pounded this food. It was this giant plate of food. It was like a choripollo. I just downed it, and then I had enough that I ate some of that for breakfast this morning too. So that was I feel like that was a pretty good move yesterday because I got lots of good, fairly lots of nutrients in there. You know, salad, beans and rice, chicken, sausage, cheese, chips and salsa. It was good. It was worth it. But I've been eating all sorts of stuff. And one guy that I stayed with, he gave me like 3 hamburgers. He's like, I made like 3 hamburgers. You want 1, 2, or 3? He's like, I'm not gonna eat anymore. I was like, I guess I'll take 3, man. And then somebody gave me Panda Express one time at their house. Somebody gave me steak and eggs. One of the first places we stayed, they gave us like pancakes and bacon. That was good for breakfast, and pizza for dinner. So honestly, I really can't complain. I've been eating pretty darn good. There was one night I went to Wendy's. It was closed though, so I tried walking through the drive-thru, and they wouldn't let me. But thankfully there was some chill guy there that was like, hey, I'll park my car here, you just go up to the microphone, tell them what you want, and then walk around. And so that's what I did. That guy was nice. And then I got to the window to pick up the food and pay for it, and they're like, you good, man? I was like, oh yeah, I was just here to pick up my food. And the guy was like, what? Okay. But they let me pay for it and get the food, thankfully. So that was cool. Wow, guys, I am in el medio de la nada, in the middle of nowhere. There are no people out here. I don't know who I'm going to talk to today. Hopefully I can find some people to talk to. There were a few people this morning when I was in town. Probably should have talked to them. Because I'm seeing nobody out here. It's very flat here, but I'm going into a strong headwind, so it's kind of making it hard to go too fast. But I think just the steadiness of my pace is gonna allow me to get where I'm going before too late this evening, so that'll be good. And I've been trying not to stop. I've been getting better at just endurance and pushing and through and stuff, so I should be able to just kind of push through without taking many breaks. The last couple days I haven't even been taking lunch breaks really. I've just been pounding food in the morning and at night and just kind of pushing through the day, trying to get where I'm going. Oh, here's a guy on the street. Maybe I can see if he wants to do an interview. How's it going? How are you doing today?
Doing good. How you doing?
Good, good.
Good.
I'm out here enjoying the view. It's beautiful out here.
It is.
You just going for a walk?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Nice. Very cool.
Protrusions or whatever.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's good to get out and move for sure.
Yeah. I've done some biking up today.
Okay.
But just around where I grew up. I'm not from around here at all, so
Okay.
we didn't have these flat of roads this far.
Right.
I'm from West Virginia.
Okay. I'm from Tennessee.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
East Tennessee, but okay, West Virginia. Yeah, they've got lots of hills and mountains in West
Yeah.
Virginia, huh?
I grew up in a little place called Pinch, West Virginia.
Pinch. Okay.
In 1973, the year I graduated high school.
You graduated in 73.
West Virginia was from Pinch.
Wow.
And that's all we got. And my wife grew up in a little place called Quick.
Quick.
And that's Quick, Quick, just like Nestle's.
Also from West Virginia, though.
Yeah. We're with almost not within sight, within the same probably 10, 12. Matter of fact, I ended up graduating with her sister from high school, and was just a student at the same time. And I didn't meet her sister, her younger sister, till I was out when I was in college. So it's a small world, and you still know.
Wow. Yeah. That's cool. Very
Because
cool.
1973, the year I graduated high school, was when this.
So were
West
you
Virginia was-
born in like 55 then?
Exactly.
Wow.
You nailed it.
Wow, you look younger than that.
I'm gonna take this hat off. My mom's hair turned gray. Well, I was at the second of 5, and her hair was probably gray, getting there, but at her third or fourth, I don't know. But yeah, this is all natural.
Oh,
And it's
nice.
not quite as much used to be either, but that's they say it either turns gray or turns loose. So,
I'm afraid I think I have the turn loose genes.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, mine's
My dad was bald by the time he was 23.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah, mine's been thinning out for some time. I never been bald yet, and it's a wonder. One of my younger brothers, both younger brothers are over 6 foot.
wow.
My older brother, 5'8", 5'10", maybe. And we have a sister right in the middle. She never had so good. 2 older brothers, 2 younger brothers. But one of the younger brothers, like I say, they're both tall. They're both over 6 foot. His came out curly. I mean, real curly. It didn't take him much to get an afro.
Really?
Yeah, the only thing was, he was taller than mom by high school easy. He was like 5 years younger than me. The youngest was like stopped him dead in his tracks. She grabbed a handful of his hair, like he was trying to slip through or something, grab a cookie and take off. And she stopped him in his tracks.
Grab his hair.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
And we had a sister right in the middle.
Okay.
And her and I were close in age. We were just a year behind each other. And she never had so good. Jim, can you take me to the store? Her older brother, Gus, can you run me here? Before she was driving. She was like a year and a half younger than I was. So I was driving. I didn't get my license right. I think I was 18. I had driver's ed in high school. Just waited till I could get better. Get insurance, get all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Let those eyes. Like, can you take me? Yeah, she never had some.
Nice. Cool. Okay.
I think I'm even shorter than she was. About half an inch.
Really? She must have been tall then.
No, not that tall.
No?
Mhm.
Okay.
Close to the same height. Older brother wasn't much taller, but the two youngest ones both over 6 foot.
Wow. It's crazy.
Not that
It's crazy how that works.
Not that I still couldn't handle either one of them,
Nice.
but I just never pushed it far enough to where I found out I couldn't.
That's funny. Okay.
You from around here?
No, I'm from Tennessee, but I'm doing this trip. I started in New York City
Wow.
and I'm going to Florida. So
Good luck.
thank you.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah,
See
and I've
people,
actually
you know,
I've been talking to people along the way. I brought the flag with me, and I've actually been doing like little YouTube videos,
yeah.
talking to people about what it means to them to be an American.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the purpose behind this, just to meet lots of people across America
Cool.
and talk to them about what the
And what-
country means to them.
What odd name places have you come through that kind of stick so that you make a note of?
And what odd
Names of
names? Oh,
Towns and communities.
let's see. There was this one place called North. I think that city was called like North or Northeast. I think it was called Northeast Maryland. And I thought that was kind of funny,
Mhm, mhm.
because how do you differentiate between just Northeast Maryland and the city Northeast Maryland?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, lots of little towns. I've been through a lot of big cities too. I went through Philadelphia and Baltimore and
It took about a week.
yeah.
We lived outside D.C. for several years.
Okay.
Like I said, we're from a place called Pinch, right next to Quick, which is outside Charleston, West Virginia. Yeah,
Okay.
outside Charleston. I started with Montgomery County and got transferred up there after a couple of years. It was interesting. Somewhere with that.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah,
the
DC's
local
nice.
Part of the state. Just outside D.C. was different.
Yeah.
We weren't close enough to have really any trouble from them as far as that goes. It's a small Martinsburg, West Virginia, is the smallest. And it's a recognized incorporated city as far as that goes.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes you to say around West Virginia. You got 12 voters? Okay, you're good. And that's just trouble.
Nice.
But
Yeah. A lot of my family's from West Virginia. My mom's maiden name's Lily, and I think there's a lot of Lilies up there.
Beckman has a lot of lilies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, both my great grandparents are from up there, from West Virginia. So,
Cool. Now I have two names that I like to throw out there. Dan had a brother named Ray. Last name's Perkins.
okay.
Did you ever hear Ray Perkins play football?
I'm not super familiar with football, but no.
It didn't matter because it wasn't him anyway, but somebody, same name. I get people who just mess with him. Because it wasn't, we were growing up, he was still playing. And I mentioned Uncle Ray or something, Ray Perkins. Yeah, that's your uncle. I said, well, yeah. I wasn't lying. He said, you mean one plays football? I said, no, who's that? And there was Marlon Perkins that did the Wild Kingdom or something like that. They go out and catch animals.
Oh, okay. Is your last name Perkins?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then there's Perkins Pancake House, a couple of those up there where we were. And people ask me, I usually told them, said, no, I wish I was, but sometimes I'd give them a hard time. They said, yeah, put my name in when you go in there and say, order anything you want. I didn't try that, but a couple people I was tempted to do that. But Dad had a
That's
brother
funny.
named Ray, and while we were growing up, there was a Ray Perkins who played professional football.
Okay.
So I throw that around. They'd ask me if I was, and I didn't really know him very well because they were on the other coast, over towards California, somewhere that way. But we got to see him every now and then. It was interesting.
Cool.
Oh, the Perkins Pancake House, I think, in one of the communities we lived in. Of course, it wasn't any relation either, so it didn't do me a bit of good. And Marlon Perkins played the Arizona Wild Kingdom. And occasionally people ask me, is that related to you? And usually I said no, but not always. I always corrected, oh, you met that Marlon Perkins.
That's funny. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Dad had another name, Ray, and it was a pro Ray Perkins football player.
Cool. Okay. Well, nice. So what's your name?
Jim Perkins.
Jim Perkins.
Did I-
Okay, I'm
did I-
Parker.
did I
Parker
say
Black.
Perkins? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Parker.
my name. So.
Y'all dress, yeah, I see that.
Yeah. It's kind of my my
So you
thing.
from around here?
No, I'm from Tennessee.
Okay.
So yeah. Would it be all right if I did a little video asking you what it means to you to be an American? Would that be okay?
That'd be quite all right.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me pull out my phone. All right. I don't know if you want to step over here if I get a little closer to
Where
you.
you need me?
Okay, if you want to come right in here. Alrighty. We are here. Well, you said your name was
Jim.
Jim Perkins. Okay. We're here with Jim, and we've been chatting, having a good talk here. What does it mean to you, Jim, to be an American?
You're part of a whole country. I grew up and was raised in West Virginia. I've told after my wife and I got married and we came down here, when a couple of our kids came down this way, and one of the daughters married a fella from down here. And they decided to move down here. Of course, that's where he was from. So after, I don't know, 2 or 3 years maybe it was, we decided to follow him down here. And here we are. Our one daughter was over in Korea
Wow.
with the ministry, with teaching. And we figured that's a little bit too far to move. We did go visit him once or twice. Matter of fact, I think 2 of our grandkids were made in Korea. If you want to put it that way. But we're all back here together pretty much now, and we enjoy that. We enjoy this area. The weather's different from West Virginia. I used to kind of like the snow, but now I don't mind not having too much. Occasionally we'll get something and make a snowball, throw it at somebody, or breaking thing. You're okay.
Okay. That's fun.
But we enjoy the freedom we have to do this. I've been out west a couple of times hunting with a friend of mine, and we've been like to Texas, visited Texas family. It come and goes you please type of thing, and all they ask us to do is pay our taxes and follow the law. I can't understand why people can't understand that. But as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, unless I raise my kids with right principles, and we do that through worshiping, hopefully, God, loving Savior, that gave Himself for us. So how can we not give back His word to those who need it, and to our country and neighbors? God so loved the world. We share that with our neighbors, with people we don't even know. I don't know if you've ever made a profession of faith, except Christ, if you haven't. I mean, glad to explain it when you're talking about that, but I don't think I've done. Unless you want to keep on
I'm
going.
a Christian too, and I've been baptized and accepted Jesus, and I think it's life changing.
Yes.
And it does give you values, gives you perspective, it just changes your life
I was
in so many ways.
I was the best kid I knew when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound that off base. I knew kids that were going to like fundamental good churches. I didn't do the things they were doing. whatever that may have been, and things I'd seen them do. I was thinking, well, that's not quite right. And then I realized that it's not what you do as far as being good. But like I said, I was one of the best kids I knew. I only got expelled once or twice, but those are two different stories. One was just a paddle, the other one, never mind. And we can make mistakes. God forgives us just when we ask for forgiveness for salvation. We're forgiven. We still, and I still, disobey my parents after I knew they told me not to do something. Sure it did. I get punished. Sure it did. But it never changed the relationship between me and my parents. Ever to my parents, I was still their child. So even though I'm not perfect, I know that Christ knew that when He died for me. He knew I couldn't be perfect. That's not till later. But it's like my parents would not disown me or adopt me out to somebody else. They loved me, they forgave me. Doesn't mean He didn't discipline me. God disciplines His way. He still loves us. That's the non-understandable about that. I understand except that way. Tell someone else that's next up you have, the other side of the country, whichever way you're going, you've got a golden opportunity. People will stop you. They will stop and ask you questions. Say, well, what's this about? Well, that's what, if I have a different lifestyle and actions and behavior, people will stop. What's this about? Why do you do this? Or why do you do this way? And I can tell them, Christ died for me. Christ did. Not because I did all I could to be good. Don't get me wrong. I was the best kid I knew growing up. And I say that tongue in cheek because there were kids that went to fundamental churches in my area, but I didn't behave nearly the way they behaved. So that's a Christian. I don't need that.
Are you hopeful about the future of America and this country?
I have to be. I knew guys growing up that were just hellions. But you're one or two of them that are preaching the gospel now. That's not about Jesus. That's not about anything they did. Like I said, I was the best kid. One of the best kids I knew, and always did this, always did this. But in the back of my head, until I was a teenager in college, I knew that was not the ticket. Until I realized that Jesus had died for me, and I asked Him for His forgiveness. Then I had that peace. Then I had the assurance, okay, I am now where He wants me, and it's my turn to follow Him and serve Him. And my first action after that, I had just finished my first year in college at State College. And the next fall, I enrolled at Bible College in West Virginia, Appalachian Bible College. I graduated from there. I followed the missions program. Could I preach? Sure, I could preach. I had classes on preaching. Have I been to a couple of different places to share the gospel? One or two. We went to Korea one year, one summer, to help a church there. And then I served in my local church. Have been since I got out of college.
Cool.
So anywhere we are, we serve. Anywhere we are, we're a witness. Anywhere we are, can we make a bad impression? Sure we can. Sure we can. That's just the human error. We're still human. We're still of the flesh. God has saved us. He dwells in us. And that's our strength. That's how we stay on the narrow path, if you will. And again, like, there were things I would do that I knew I wasn't supposed to do around the house, whatever. Mom and Dad said, don't do this, don't do this. I ended up doing it sometimes. Sometimes by accident, but usually not an accident. And I paid the consequences. And both parents knew how to apply the let's see, the what do you call that? The rod of justice to the seat of understanding, or something like that.
Okay.
Mom had a switch; she knew how to use it.
Yeah.
Dad used his hand; he knew how to use it. It was to the prepared spot of our anatomy that is padded, can can sting, but you don't injure your child by whipping on the buttocks. Or just a fly swatter. I probably got more swatted more times with fly swatter than flies do. I'm not
Do you
sure.
think parents nowadays should still spank their kids, or you think that shouldn't happen?
Um, there is the danger, and it is a problem of child abuse. There's no doubt about that. That's not discipline. That's not discipline. There's the seed of understanding padded for the hand of discipline. However you want to put that, but uh, I got sent to my room a lot of times. Of course, if I had something in there I like to play with, and there wasn't much of a, except I couldn't go out and run around. That's what it was outside. So I'd have to find myself, to entertain myself till usually mom. Okay, you come out now. Dad, of course, he worked out of the house, and mom was almost always there at the house. And you had to, what they said. If you broke the rules, you broke the rules. If you're out in the world and you break the rules, and I had a couple of instances in school. I got a paddle in grade school. Of course, a misunderstanding. Junior high, there was an instance which I was suffered for, and believe it or not, that was a bad call. But
Okay.
but for the things I'd done, and I wasn't mischievous or malicious or destructive hardly at all. And did I get spanked or sent home or whatever? Let's just say there was a lot of grace there, and the first one, me and Buddy were at school, high school now, mind you, 2 floors. We was at the top of the steps of one floor, and people would be standing. One of the early arrivals, people be coming in. The doors. Came into the hallway, one went into the stairwell.
Okay.
And we were just a little screwdriver. I'm pretty sure it wasn't me. I'm almost positive it wasn't me. And the plates had a plate to push, and they had a handle and pull. Just stairwell plates. Of course, there's only 2-story high school, and theoretically, legally, you're talking about fire doors, except we messing with the handles. Really not a good idea. Not that people can get in and out. They've been going there 2 or 3 years. They can still get in and out, but that's beside the point. So we did about 2, and it pulled coming out, or it pulled coming in, or coming into the hallway, depending which way's going. Anyway, they open kind of like that. We switched the handle from one side to the other side of the door. They just placed, and they come up, pull that handle. And we go in, and these kids been going there 2 or 3 years. Okay, it's a high school, and they can't get through, so they push the other way. We'll pull the other way, whichever one was supposed to work. We thought that was hilarious. And there was 4 or 5 of us standing around watching it. Next morning, we did the other one. So even when they pulled, they couldn't get in. They had to push because the doors made that way. They only swung one way. We just thought that was the funniest thing, and that was like the second day, and I think maybe it was the third day or fourth day. I'm not sure. It's pretty much the same week. My name and my buddy's name came over the announcement. I remember so and so and so and so, please report to the office. I'm thinking, this might not be good. We'll get in there, and he said, boys, y'all do such and such and such. I said, yeah. Boys, those are fire doors. Legally, those are fire doors, and they might even be labeled. And we just, boys, I'm going to keep you in the office the rest of the day. And if you want back in school, bring your parents back tomorrow. thinking, oh no. I don't think it had ever been quite so. We had to tell. Now, Dad, he had his younger days, and Mom, oh, she'd been a teacher. So we go back the next morning, and usually if you get something, demerits or whatever, it's like maybe a week. Okay, on detention. On detention, that's what it's good for. I said, boys, that's the fire door, that's da da da. And I'm thinking, right, that this was not the smartest thing to do. And they said, okay, I need you to come back tomorrow. If you want back in school, come back with your parents. I'm thinking, no. So there's another guy was involved. Matter of fact, it was his little tweezer nail set that we used. So Dad didn't say too much. He'd been a little bit on her. Mom, she was a straight A type near student and all.
Oh,
So
man.
we came back and
You got busted.
oh yeah, somebody that up there.
What was the punishment for that?
Well, generally you want to get maybe a week of detention or study hall or something like that.
Okay.
At the worst,
Yeah.
they gave us 3 weeks.
Oh.
Now the real kicker is, I think it was after we'd served our detention, were honor society inductions. So after I got out of detention, and this whatever they call it, anyway, this induction service ceremony, whatever, I was inducted into the National Honor Society.
Oh, nice.
After coming back from 3 weeks of detention, getting kicked out of school. I wasn't going to say a thing. I said, thank you, sir. I'll never do it again.
Well, nice. Looks like they forgave you then.
Yeah. And I was dead to rights. I couldn't. I think my buddy, they got called. He got called in the office first, and I think he denied it at first. Or what? He might not have been thinking what we had done and who was.
Oh no.
But they asked me out, and I couldn't lie. I said, yeah, bring me there back tomorrow. Yeah, this is just.
That's a funny. That's a good story.
A lot of people laughed about that too. What can I say?
Yeah. That's funny.
What's your name again?
My name's Parker.
Parker.
You're Jim, right?
Jim. Yeah.
Is it okay if I get a picture?
Sure. You want the shades or no shades or?
Let's see. Either way. Whatever you.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's see. Hang on a minute. Yeah. I put my head for my sweat saver.
Sounds good. Awesome.
Keep your sunglasses on so you won't recognize my picture in the post office.
Okay. Sounds
Parker,
good.
right?
Yeah, Parker.
Nice to meet you.
Jim Parker.
Take care.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for your
Same here.
time. And
Where do
good
you say
talking
you're from?
to you. Tennessee.
Tennessee. I thought it was
Yeah.
sure.
I'm from West Virginia.
Yeah, I have my wife has an uncle who's in country western music. He did stuff for all of them, like Dolly Parton and I don't know, all the men guys that he arranged and wrote music. And when we had gotten engaged, we were. I'll try to be quick. Her folks won't be gone, and her and I won't be busy. And Mom said, just bring over the house. I'll be here. You know, our house, my parents' house. So that went through, and we got her grandmother over to visit my mom. And while we were there visiting, and my wife and I, wife to be, we were engaged. Started talking, and she had my wife's grandmother had a son-in-law who was in country western music. I think he wrote "I Never Promised You a Rose Garden." If you ever heard that, when it was big back in the 60s, 70s.
Okay.
But he'd written a lot of music. He had arranged for all kind of stars and songs that he had done and worked on. And the grandmother, Tina's grandmother, kept mentioning his name, Cam. Mom said, well, Cam, what's his real name? He says Cameron. Cameron Mullins. And Mike stops. I had a cousin named Cameron Mullins. Way back in the years past. And come find out, that was the same Cam Mullins. Of course, it was an uncle to my wife.
Wow.
It was a cousin to my mom. And I'm thinking, oh, the wife said, oh, no, now we can't get married. And I said, no, wait a minute. I'm related to him. You're related to his wife. We're good to go. But it had been years.
Close call.
I mean, I remember when I was real young, we were visiting this aunt who was the mother of this gentleman. Well, I would have known the difference anyway. But he was in country western music for years and years and years, and wrote for all the stars.
That's cool.
And I think his daughter was married to the brother-in-law Dolly Parton, somebody like that. Because
Gotcha.
they were down there in Nashville. It was very interesting to say the least.
Cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's a fun
That's,
history and stuff.
yeah,
Connections and
yeah.
stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, my wife said,
Sounds
when
good.
the grandmother said, yeah, I have a son, I said, Mom said, I think he's my cousin. Tina says, great, now we can't get married. But the relationship was on the opposite sides, and we're okay, honey, we're okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Also sounds good. Well, Jim, I can talk to you all day. I better
Yeah.
keep making some miles. I'll let you get back to your
too.
walk. Good talking to
Same
you.
here.
Have a great
Your name
day.
again is
Parker
Parker.
Black. And I'll give you
Black.
my card
Oh,
too
yeah,
if you want to check out
Wonderful.
my that's got my
Like it,
YouTube
2000, cool.
and then
So you almost coast to
the
coast, huh?
yeah. Well, from New York City to Florida.
Okay, I got you. That's up and down.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
all
see?
on the East Coast.
And that's gonna be all uphill on the way back. You're driving downhill all the way from New York, but now you're going back to Florida. It's all uphill. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
South to north. I'm just saying.
Okay. Sounds good.
Take care.
You too. Hey, God bless. Take care.
Hey, thank you. And
See you,
may
Jim.
Bless you and keep you safe.
I appreciate it. See ya. Have a good one. Hey guys. Sound like actor director Ron Howard. I don't know who that is. I'll have to look up that person as well. I'm sorry guys, I don't know much about famous people or pop culture or anything. Let's see. What else will he guys? There's a headwind, just think, fresh air. This guy's rambling. This isn't an interview, it's a stranger. And you're No, it was good. It was good talking to him. He was just a nice old man. I think he must have some problems with remembering things because he kept repeating some of the same stories, but very nice, very friendly, telling lots of stories. So I don't know how much will be included in my videos, you know, but I can probably pull a little portion out of that. Go in there. Nice guy. Good country folk. I like me some good country folk. Good, nice people. It's crazy though, the whole time we were sitting there talking, I don't know how long that was, maybe 20, 30 minutes. The whole time I was standing there talking to him, only one car passed by. And this road's like, feels like kind of a bit of a main road, like not a main road, but you know, like a road that has some through traffic on it. Like, it doesn't seem like it only goes to the houses, but it goes to, you know, other areas and stuff. You know, you're out in the middle of nowhere. He did a very roundabout way of answering it. I'm not sure if you guys heard. He ended up coming back to it some. He said, talked about just having freedom, paying taxes, and living the laws. It's as simple as that. That's what he told me. But he first told me a couple stories before he got back to that. So you guys feel free to answer what it means to you to be an American too. I'd love to hear from people in the chat as well. Can't hurt to get lots of different perspectives from people, whether in person or online too. So, but we are back and moving again. Probably gonna have to stop here pretty soon and get more water out of my trailer because I ran out. Sweating all this. So, it also, there's a storm in the distance. I was a little bit of lightning, but hopefully I'll just completely miss it, or it'll completely miss me, because right where I am, it's looking fine. Clear skies. You're Portuguese, but I love America. Oh, you're Portuguese? Do you live in, where do you live? Do you live in Portugal, Brazil, or do you live in America? Because you speak English. You're speaking to me in English, right? I'm just translating it. Oh. Você de Portugal? Eu não falo muito português, mas eu posso falar um pouquinho. Um pouco. Porque eu falo espanhol. Espanhol e português são similar. Oh, thank you. Eu he aprendido o português com as pessoas de Brasil. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize so many people in Portugal spoke English. Very cool. To be honest, I used to think I knew what being an American was. Not so sure anymore. Okay. That's fair. Sounds like there's a lot of emotions and what around that. What did you used to feel like being an American was? What did you used to think it meant? And now, I guess what's made you what's made you unsure, if I can ask? I know that's a lot more questions to throw at you. I learned Spanish in Chile. I lived in Chile, viví en Chile por 2 años. No sé si usted hablará español o no, pero es similar al portugués, entonces tal vez se entienda un poco. But I learned Spanish in Chile with the Chileans. So I have a little bit of a Chilean accent. I speak kind of some weird Spanish. I also studied it in school, in university, and then and then I went to live in Chile for 2 years as a missionary. And so my job was to walk around literally every day. Like, we didn't have days off. We would get 1 day a week where we could take half the day off to, do laundry and clean our house, grocery shopping and stuff. But then in the afternoon, we'd start up again. And so every day from the morning until 10, 11 at night, we would just go out in the streets and talk to people and visit people in their houses and do like service projects for people, but mostly we would just teach people and talk to people in public and stuff, visit people. And so being that immersed in Spanish, I was able to learn it pretty good. And I even had times, because you'd always be assigned to be with a companion, a missionary companion, and so I'd always be with another person, another guy. And that sometimes I had companions from like Argentina. I had two companions from Argentina, one from Ecuador, and so I was able to, well, there were sometimes weeks, because I could only talk to my family once a week, every Monday. That was another kind of like rule we had, because it's run pretty hard, like kind of a little bit hardcore, very tight schedules, like actually all done in a very good way and with love and stuff and understanding, but it's like pretty tight schedule. So I could only talk to my family once a week, and so sometimes I'd go a whole week without speaking any English, and so I picked up Spanish pretty good. And then in the States, there's so many people that speak Spanish here that I continue to use it almost every day. Continue to use my Spanish, improve my Spanish. So, and when I was in Chile, there was a bunch of missionaries that came over from Brazil. I never had one as my companion, but I sometimes worked with other missionaries. Like I was working with this one missionary. She kind of worked in the same area, her and her companion, as myself and my companion, and so I would see her quite a bit, and she was new, and so she still didn't speak great Spanish, and so I ended up learning not a fair amount, but a little bit of Portuguese just by listening to her Spanish, because sometimes she'd make mistakes, and so I'd think, oh, I think that's how you say that in Portuguese and whatnot. So, but I think Portuguese sounds really cool. I'd like to speak it better. Okay, let's see. It meant liberty, democracy, love thy neighbor, respect the law. I've seen these things change for the worse. I think that's fair. I think that's a beautiful way of putting what it means to be an American. Liberty, democracy, love thy neighbor, respect the law. I'm sorry that you feel like those things have changed for the worse. I think they're all very, very fragile things. Liberty, democracy, love. Things that can change really quickly if we're not careful. So I think they're things that we need to fight to protect. For sure. The law, the democracy, everybody's voice counts. Everybody's vote counts. Limits on power. I think there's a lot that's been changed and lost over the years. Money's become a big influence. Other countries sometimes have as much of a say on our politics as we do, and I'd be interested to hear some more examples from you, but I think you're right. I think we still have a great thing, but we have lost a lot of important parts of our country, or I guess they've always been a little fragile, you know? We've always struggled with lots of different things, and so it's important that we keep fighting for all that. Yeah, but no, thanks for sharing. And Blake, I'm reading your comment now. America has such a great Constitution of Rights. Love it. Freedom USA stands for greatest country on earth. Wow. You should come here. You should move here, Blake. We'll take you. You already speak English. You love America. You know what we stand for. We'll take you. No, I think that is one of the, I mean, that is the strongest point that we have, is the Constitution in this country, and something that's been copied throughout the world, you know, like it's the best form of government we've ever had is built upon a constitution. And so a lot of the countries of the world are doing better today than ever. And I attribute a big chunk of that to the fact that all countries but two have since you know, late 1700s, when we adopted a constitution, every country in the world has adopted a constitution except for two. That's a pretty big deal. And, you know, obviously that's not the only thing that you have to do to have a great country. Otherwise, everybody would be living, you know, everybody that has a constitution would be just hunky-dory, happy, everything perfect. But, you know, so there's a lot more to it, but it has set kind of a pattern for giving people more freedoms, you know, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, of expression, freedom of so many things, you know, that constitutions give people. So I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing what those 55 men were able to create 250 years ago almost. Pretty incredible. I assume Portugal has a constitution, right? I blame a lot of the decline on decent society on negative social media influencers. That's fair. That's honestly fair. I think we are shooting ourselves in the foot with social media. I was talking with my uncle the other day about this, just about all the issues with social media, how it creates these echo chambers where we only listen to people like us, where we're only fed opinions often that we agree with. We don't get out, we don't like discuss things. And on the internet, you're just kind of taught to reject everything that you don't agree with hate, you know, and just like not compromise, not talk about things, just to fight, you know, and it's easier to create enemies with the internet too, you know, like in the book 1984, when they all get up and look at this screen of the enemy, right, and they just start yelling and throwing things, and they have like time every day, you know, to get together and just yell at the enemy. And I feel like social media's almost created that, just time each day to yell at the enemy. And it's just kind of put us all against each other, when the only thing we really need to fight against is evil itself, right? Not each other, but evil itself. So sure, we do need to keep our laws and fight against evil, but we don't need to pretend that we're all enemies, because we're really not. We really have a lot more in common, I think, than we think. And the internet does not seem to preach that very well. You have a president. He's doing a great job. Some would say the greatest job. Yeah, what are people's opinion in Portugal, generally speaking, about our president? Do a lot of people share your opinion about the president? Because I think I saw a thing saying that the president in the United States has now hit like a new low. He's at like 30 or 40% approval rate, or like of people thinking he's doing a good job here, which seems to happen a lot anymore with basically any president. I think Biden hit something similar, you know. I feel like we always get in a new president with hopes that things are going to get better, and then you are very un-American, young man. What does that mean? I'm not gonna let you just say that and hop off of here. Could you explain more? I'd like to hear. Because I'd like to think that I'm fairly quite American. But I guess it all depends on what your view of what it means to be an American is. So that's actually a question I've been asking people along this trip, is what it means to them to be an American. So that's okay for you to call me an American, but I would love to know what your reasoning behind that is, what it means to you to be an American. In Portugal, absolutely hate Trump. Okay, but you like Trump. Blake, I'm very interested by this. I'm always fascinated to hear how other countries interact with our country and like their perspectives on our country, because I know our country also affects a lot of other countries and the way their lives are and what goes on in their countries, and you know, like the sanctions we put on other countries, the tariffs, the way we interact trading with other countries, the way we get involved in other people's wars and in their politics, which I think would be better to stay out of. Personally, I don't pretend to like know everything about what happens when we get involved in other people's politics, but I don't know, it interests me learning more. Hey, thanks, Scott. Yeah, I don't know who Strawberry Kitten is, but I'd love to hear more from them, but I'm not sure if they'll say anything else. Am I COVID vaccinated? Americans seem to be upset with Trump supporting Israel. Yes, I think a lot of Americans are upset with that. That's kind of been a change. There'll be a lot more support for Israel. Yes and no. Yes, I did COVID vaccination, but the COVID pandemic started, and the Novavax was the same kind of vaccines that they've been using for decades. So it has like little dead pieces of the virus in it, from what I understand. And then the new system that they were using, that was the first time, and they were trying to get production out quickly, was using, I think, like mRNA. What is that called? mRNA? But basically where it hijacks your cells to produce the dead virus pieces, and so, but it creates tons of debris within you. In your body, and so I opted not to get that just because it wasn't very tested. I thought it had its place. It wasn't like telling other people what they should do, you know, but I think it's very, in America we have right to decide what we're going to do and what we're not going to do, right? So I chose not to get it. My parents got it, but being young and not having been tested, I did not get it. I waited a couple years. The Novavax came out, and I got that, which is the more tested, trusted way of vaccines. So, anyhow. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Strawberry Kitten, for changing your mind. I appreciate it. What made you change your mind? What made you say that initially, and then what made you change your mind, if you don't mind me asking? Because I don't mind a little bit of pushback and disagreement, and that's what we're all about in America. But what I do really appreciate is when people really get deep into things, you know, when they really express themselves and talk things through, because I think that's what we're missing in this country, is that we don't talk anymore. We just kind of, we put labels on each other, and we don't listen to each other. We just kind of get into our own circles and kind of just, especially on the internet, it's easy to not listen to people and just kind of throw things around, and so I definitely don't mind if you disagree with something I said or whatever. I'd love to hear what you have to say, what you think. Okay, that's cool. That's good that you didn't have it. I did get it, actually. I got it in January of 2021. I was working and building this house and camping. And it was freezing cold. And I think I don't know who I got it from, but so I spent the whole week kind of sick, not knowing why I was sick, working on this house. And then when I got back home, I still kind of feeling sick, so I went and got tested, and I had it. It wasn't terrible for me, but I did know people that died from it. I had a friend that died from it. And so it's just crazy. That was the crazy thing about COVID. Maybe it had no effect on you at all, or maybe you like died from it, you know? It was just so all over the board. Pretty freaky stuff. So I'm glad that's over. I'm glad that's behind us. You know, I know you can still get it, but that was a crazy time. I feel like that was such an interesting time too, because it was this worldwide pandemic. Like, when does a whole world go through something hard? You know what I mean? And so I feel like it's one of those things that we can all like kind of connect on wherever you go in the world. Like when I was down in Chile, you could talk to people about it, like the COVID, and it was bad. It was really bad in Chile, and they couldn't leave their houses without permits. And, you know, they're just people really struggled. The economy really struggled. So it's kind of it's really interesting, COVID, because it's like one of those it's just this really interesting shared experience that the whole world basically had. But anyhow, guys, it is so beautiful out here. I'm riding at, oh, it's all right, Scott, I appreciate it, but yeah, it was sad, and it was a hard time, but I guess that's just, so is life, you know, like for all of us in different ways. What speed are you riding at? I'm riding at about 8 miles an hour. Not the best, but not terrible either. people on here. That's crazy. I don't miss wearing masks. Me either. Wearing masks was terrible in so many ways. So many ways. Just took the humanity out of life. Couldn't see people's faces. Uncomfortable. Yeah, I was not a fan either. So we still got 8 people on here. That's a lot of people. Hey guys, if you're new here, I'm biking from New York City to Key West, Florida with the flag, talking to people along the way. So if you're new here, I'd love for you to follow along the journey and drop any questions or comments or jokes or whatever you got into the chat. I'm here all day. Does my butt hurt from all the miles? Yes, some days more than others. But I don't know, not terrible. Thankfully my seat's like slightly padded, so I feel like that's made it better. But so yeah, it hasn't been too bad. I don't have like saddle sores or anything like that, but sometimes it does kind of hurt. Uh-oh. Hey, Jared. How's it going? Made it on. Oh, taking a little break here. Oh, where do I sleep? I sleep sometimes camping. And then there's this app called Warm Showers where cyclers let cyclers stay in their houses. They sometimes give you food, give you a place to, at least a place to camp or a place to stay, a bed. Or even sometimes like people from random churches have been giving me places to stay. I've done a hotel 2 nights out of the 16. So just lots of different places. But people have been mostly taking care of me. There you go. But it felt weird when the masks finally came off for the first time in like 3 years. I bet it was, I think did you tell me you're from Minnesota? I bet it was more intense there. In Tennessee, we probably only wore masks for like 6 months to a year. And then nobody kept wearing masks. So I bet it was more intense for you guys because probably living in a more populated area and where laws were more stringent. We didn't ever really have regulations on you having to wear masks that were very well enforced, so sounds sketchy. It's been a little sketchy, but not too bad. Not too bad. Hey, thank you, Adriano. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Minnesota. That's right. I appreciate it. Inner city. Okay. Yeah, I bet you guys were wearing them for 3 years. That makes sense. I believe it, Jared, that in Florida you guys were more like us, didn't have to wear them as long. Which, I mean, my friend that died from COVID, he never once wore a mask, and he would never wear them, and so, you know, it's like, I guess there's pros and cons to all that. But hello from Boston. Hey, thank you for getting on and saying hi. Hello from Virginia, or not Virginia, I'm in North Carolina right now. I keep forgetting that. Yesterday, I crossed into North Carolina. I started in New York City, and I'm going to Key West, Florida. So, yeah, well, thank you for getting on and saying hi. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I will try and answer them. Okay, I stopped here off the side of the road. I really need to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna see if I can find a place to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna leave you guys here for just a second. By the time you get to Florida, you will have a decent following. I hope so. I hope so. Are you camping? I've been camping some. I've done a few days of camping. And then a lot of people have just been letting me stay in their house, like random people or people from churches, or even there's a couple apps. There's a couple apps that I've been using where people will just let you stay in their house. So that's been cool. It's been really cool. Somebody on here just asked me that too, and they said that sounded a little sketchy. I don't know. I haven't even really thought about it, but it's true. It does feel a little sketchy, but it's been good. The George Floyd riots here in Twin Cities, just a horrible wow, okay, so you were right there when the George Floyd riots happened. I bet that was crazy. Hey, thanks for checking in. I appreciate it. Thanks for checking in and saying hi. How are you doing? Got home from work? Awesome. Cool. Thank you guys for being on here. Okay. Yeah, it's true. I believe most people are still really good and just love people and care about people and take care of people. Awesome. Hello from Texas. Hey, my second favorite tea state. Texas. Yeah, there have been a lot of good people out here. Or just everywhere I've been. I heard the East Coast was like full of impatient, like unkind, kind of mean people. That's kind of what that's kind of how it's portrayed, but that's not true at all. People have just been nice to me, so nice. Yeah, everywhere I've been, from New York City to Philadelphia to Baltimore to Virginia to everywhere. Wow, have a nice trip, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm just stopping right here. I'm in North Carolina right now. I'm gonna step out of camera for an undisclosed reason for just 1 second if you guys want to wait for me. If you know, you know, but I'll be back in just 1 minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Number one, I hope. Yes, don't worry, just number one. I hope I don't get a felony for that. I doubt it here in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. Okay, I need to get out more water too. If you guys want to check out my setup, turn the camera down a little. Can you see? If I go to the other side. Check out, I got this bin on the back. Oh, okay, yeah. I came by your house the other day. Your mom's Sherry Shook. I'm so sorry. I got confused on which day. I know I was going to meet up with you. Is your name Artie? Bug? We're good. Is your name Artie? Is that it, right? I think you were gonna come by my house, or I was gonna go by your house. I was gonna meet up with you and say hi. I don't know what happened. I got confused on the days, so I just wanted to say I'm so sorry about that. I was looking forward to meeting you and saying hi and stuff. But I realized after I was like 50 miles down the road that I was supposed to have stopped back in. I was thinking it was in North Carolina, but I'm pretty sure it was in Virginia. So I'm so sorry about that. But if you're ever in Tennessee, we'll have to say hi. Todd, okay, Todd. Nice to meet you, Todd. Yeah, I love your mom. You have a good mom. She's a very, very sweet lady. Very sweet lady. So, okay, I'm gonna grab some water out of my contraption I got here. What time is it? Let's see. I don't even know. It's almost 4. Okay. Let's see how far I've gone. Dang, how have I not gone? I feel like I have not gone very far. Yeah, I can show my setup real quick. My bike doesn't have a kickstand. Kickstand broke off, so I just kind of have to show you while holding it up. So I got that for the live stream. Some cords that go to a big battery I have in my trailer. Bags attached here, my water bottle. It's kind of my setup I got going on here. Just got out that water, gonna fill back up my water. So yeah, that's kind of the setup I got going on. It's been working pretty good. Guys, I don't know what's going on, but I think I've only gone like 20 miles today, which I can't believe. Like the last few days I've been going a lot faster, I guess, because I've only gone like 20 miles. I need to either pick up the pace or something. But let's see if my phone's working now so I can plug in the GPS, the actual place I'm going. I do have a place to stay tonight. Some guy's letting me camp in his backyard. So let's see. Whew. Water tastes good. Some good tasting water. Yeah. Can I do a backflip? Off a diving board. Off a diving board and on the trampoline. But no, I don't know. I've never tried doing a backflip on ground. But no, I've never done one. I don't think I could. Maybe I could. Probably result in me like breaking my neck or something. Can you do a backflip yourself? I'm interested to know. Maybe if you can teach me. Okay, sounds good. I would love that. Okay, that's okay that you can't do a backflip. Todd, I'd love that. Or if you want my email too, my email is parkerblack613@gmail.com. parkerblack613@gmail.com if you want to send it to me there too. That would be fine. Or I can send an email to your mom to get her email somehow. But I'd love to hear your story. Maybe someday I'll learn how to do a backflip. I'd like to be able to do a backflip. That'd be cool. Be super cool. The GPS is struggling still to load. It's true, it is a hot day today. I'm getting that water in my system. I appreciate it. So you're writing a novel? Is that what you said? Are you a novelist? Or are you writing, just currently writing a novel? Either way, that's super cool. Oh. Oh, I got you. Just that the email is going to be a novel. I totally took it literally. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, I love hearing people's stories, and I don't know. I think there's just nothing more powerful than stories. I think that's the most powerful thing that we have at our disposal to change people's minds, to explore the world, to understand things, to grow, to change. Stories change us. They really do. I'm a big believer in the power of stories, whether that's a story of a carpenter from the Middle East, that was written down and by some of his friends and has sold more copies than any other book in the history of the world. That's a powerful story right there. Or, whether they're true or even if they're fiction, stories have so much power. They really do. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you sharing your story with me. Anybody that wants to share their story with me, send me an email with your story. You can either do a voice message, voice recording, sharing your story, or what was I going to say? Or write it out in an email too. I'd love to hear it. A great carpenter and a heck of a fisherman. That's true. He was a very good fisherman. Wow, it does sound like you have quite the story, Todd. That is crazy. I look forward to hearing it. I really do. Thanks, Blake. I've actually never sworn in my whole life. Not even not even the biblical swear words. I've never said a swear word, so I'm trying to keep up my streak. Not that it even affects me that much when other people swear. I think it's really unnecessary, and I don't know. I just think there's for me, it's like probably more eloquent ways I can express myself. So I just, I don't know. Okay, guys, my GPS finally loaded. It says I'm still 33 miles away. Dang it. I guess I better get a move on. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think once you start cussing, it's harder to stop too. It's kind of easy to get into the habit of it, but I don't know. Yeah, I see Scotty said I would like to cuss less. You got this. Yeah, it'll probably be hard for a while to kind of pull back some, but it's probably doable. All depends on how you grow up too. Like I rarely ever, if ever, heard my parents cuss when they grew up, and I don't know, my friends didn't really cuss, so I didn't really hear much cussing growing up, and so it was kind of easy to not ever do it, you know. Okay, I'm gonna get a move on because I hear thunderclouds coming in pretty. Okay, there we go. Oh shit, I forgot to put the water away. It's still on top of my trailer. 1 second, I put that back up. Okay. And we're off. Okay, guys, I gotta pick up the pace, otherwise I'm gonna be getting in. Bad of day. Really bad of day today. Really late. What are biblical swear words? Don't actually say it. Keep the streak alive. Okay, biblical swear words are all the ones that appear in the Bible. So I've said those actually before because they appear in the Bible, but they didn't used to mean bad things. You know, like the one that means female dog, that just used to be a word for female dog. The one that means donkey, that just used to be a word for donkey, right? You know, the one that's the opposite of heaven. The one that's the opposite of heaven just is in the Bible is just talking about, yeah, that one. You know, it didn't used to mean somebody's butt. It used to mean just a donkey. And so words like that, those are the biblical ones. Oh, the D word, that also is biblical, you know, because it can mean, you know, like if the Bible talks about somebody being damned to hell, like that's not cussing, right? That's just using the words in an old time way. So I've used them in that way, of course, right? Reading the Bible, quoting Bible verses. So those are the biblical ones. And in the United States, those aren't looked at as very strong. Those are looked at as very mild. The stronger ones are going to be like the F word, maybe even the S word. You know, those are the stronger ones here. But even those are fairly commonplace in a lot of areas and among a lot of people. So here's what I cannot say. I've never cussed in English, but I be kind to animals. What the heck? That is a crazy scripture right there. Do I know the C word? Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes people comment using that word on my videos on Instagram. People are crazy. I know most of the words just because you can't, like, you know, you just living, you hear them. But here's what I will also say. I've never cussed in English, but I've definitely cussed in Spanish. Sometimes on accident and whatnot, because people will try and teach you cuss words just because they think it's funny. Also, I feel like when you cuss in a different language, it doesn't feel nearly as strong. It doesn't feel like you're saying a bad word. It just feels like you're saying some mumbo jumbo most of the time. So I do not have a streak of not cussing in Spanish, unfortunately. Okay, guys, I need to pick up the pace here. So it says I'm not getting in until 7 p.m., which is fairly late. Where I come from, we just say the word instead of nicknames for the word. Fair enough. Sometimes there's not a lot of difference in the sound of, you know, the nicknames for the word, so I get that too. Where are you from? Well, are you from the States? What part of the States are you from, if you are from here? Or who knows, maybe you'll surprise me, like being from Portugal, like Blake. Even though Blake, dude, you speak perfect English, man. I guess I don't know how you speak it, but you write perfect English. It's insane. It's really impressive. Alright guys, I'm kicking it into gear, trying to go a little faster. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads. Funny story, my parents are both from, or I have some grandparents. Oh, Europe, Northern Europe. Did I really spend 40 minutes listening to that old guy ramble on? Maybe that is why. Shoot. Northern Europe, though, that's cool. What country in Northern Europe? I'd love to know. Because I feel like that could be a lot of places. Am I wrong? It could be like the Scandinavian countries or Scotland or Russia or... Oh, you don't want to say? Oh, okay, that's fine. No problem. No worries at all. Well, you also speak great English. I don't know if the country you come from, everybody speaks English or not. Very possibly. I know a lot of European countries, aside from those that just actually do speak English, I know a lot of them, people speak several languages, which is pretty cool. And something that we don't have as much of here in the US. Like here, if you speak a second language, you're kind of an anomaly. Most people just speak English. But whew. Hey Erica, how's it going? Good to have you on here. I am pedaling away. I left Elizabeth City this morning and I think I haven't gone very far. I've gone maybe 25 miles. Actually, I think less. I think like 20. And I still have 33 miles left to get to where I'm going, which is kind of unfortunate. So I'm just gonna be pedaling hard for the next 3 hours, trying to get where I'm going a little faster. But a lot of people in Europe speak 3 languages. That's cool. That's super cool. Yeah. Do you speak 3 languages, Blake? Of course, Portuguese, English. Do you speak another one? Good. You're going fast right now. How are you feeling? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good. Still trying to really figure out how to manage my time well and just do a good job getting everything done that I need to get done. But I'm feeling good. Enjoying all these fields out here. Just a lot of fields, a lot of beauty for sure. So pretty cool place to be in right now. And the people I have met have been really nice. There's just not many of them. There's a lot more soybean fields than people out here. That's for sure. It was a lot easier the first week to talk to people because I was going through a lot more places where people were out and about on bikes and walking. And here, everybody's just shut up in their cars that I see. I don't really see anybody out and about, so. But it's been good. Okay, only 2 languages. Still, 2 languages is still, for America, that it still would be like really cool. I don't know about how it is in Portugal, but. Let's go. Yeah. Woo woo. America. Let's see, who is that? Quack 150. Thanks for getting on. Saying hi. Tractor trailer got a little too close for comfort. I think I was not supposed to turn yet. Dang it. I don't know what to do. Oh shoot. Yeah, I know he almost hit me, but there's really not much of a shoulder here. And the little bit of a shoulder that there is has the little those little bumps. And I don't really want to drive over those because that's going to slow me down a lot if I'm just like Oh, to the left? Well, and I think my camera's backwards. I'm planning a 90-mile trip to visit a buddy. Thought that was a long trip. Not quite 2,000 miles. Oh, that's cool though. A 90-mile trip, that'll still be awesome. That'll be fun. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing out here. I don't know what I'm doing out here doing 2,000 miles still. I still wake up some days and I'm like, what am I doing with my life? It's crazy. It's been good so far though. He did come really close. I don't know why. I imagine he saw me. I don't know why he got so close, but yeah, people are. I feel like people up north were a little better with bikes. Here, I think they're not as used to it, and so they don't give you as much room and stuff. Unfortunately. But he got close, but didn't hit me, so we're good. We are okay. cool. I've been getting less honks recently just because I've been seeing less people. But it's always cool when they do honk. We're going over the Perquimans River. I do not have any blinking lights on my trailer, but I do have some reflective tape on the back. So, and I have the American flag too, which actually helps me quite a bit with being visible, thankfully. But but you do what you gotta do. Very windy up here. It's actually kind of nice though. It feels pretty good. The wind coming off this river. It's beautiful, actually. Absolutely beautiful. Cruising along, guys. Doesn't look safe, LOL. What's wrong with riding? It's not like you're in North Korea. Pretty sure bicycles are not supposed to be there. Well, yeah, and I have talked to police about this. What I am doing is legal. It's legal to be on these roads. the bike path I'm on goes through a lot of highways and stuff. You cannot be on interstates as a bicycle, but you can be on highways legally. So it's legal. I'm allowed to be here. People are supposed to watch out for bicycles, but they don't always. So, but I've been, thankfully, the last few days I haven't been on highways, but throughout the trip, I've been on a decent amount of highways. Even some where the speed limits are up to like 55, 60 miles an hour, and people come whizzing by you. But and sometimes they honk or cuss or whatever. But I am technically allowed to be here, and so. But I know I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. But thankfully, for the most part, I haven't had issues. Usually people kind of get over and give me space. I guess I don't know if that truck just couldn't get over. He did move over a couple feet, but it was a little too close for comfort. It looks like I might be getting off this highway though in just like a quarter mile, which is good. Yeah, I'm turning right here, so I shouldn't be on the highway any longer. Thankfully. Looks like I'm going through a little town here. They got a Hardee's, a McDonald's, a couple of gas stations, some other businesses. I couldn't do it. Oh. Can't believe I still have 30 more miles left. Yeah, I'm glad that's over too. I'm glad that's over as well. I was thinking I was gonna be a lot closer though by now. I really need to get started early in the morning because it's nice when it comes like 5, 6 o'clock and I'm done. That was so nice yesterday. Yesterday I was done at like 5:30, 6 p.m. I got to my destination and I couldn't believe it. Like I almost passed the city that I was supposed to be getting to because it was just like 6 p.m. and I was passing through this little tiny town and I was like, this can't be it, right? And then my dad got on the live and he was like, you're there. And so that was cool. So I wanted to do that more. I want to get to the point where I can get in early every day to where I'm going. So yeah, tonight I need to just make myself, no matter what I have to do, what videos I have to edit, whatever, I just need to make myself get in bed early so I can get up early tomorrow. Get started early and finish early. That would be much better. Guys, I can't believe how tan I'm getting. You wanna see this? Check this out. Look how tan I'm getting. It's crazy. Oh, that's me. What is Lord, LOL? From Argentina. Juan Mendieta. Hola Juan, ¿cómo está? Yo hablo español, así que me parece que hablas inglés también, que es genial. Me pregunto cómo aprendiste inglés, pero yo tengo muchos amigos de Argentina. Me encanta Argentina, me gustaría visitar. Voy en camino hacia Florida. I'm going to Florida. I started in New York City and I'm going to Key West, Florida. So all along the East Coast. But yeah, me gusta la cultura de allá, de Argentina, me gusta la comida que tienen. Y pues un día visité la capital, Buenos Aires, pero aparte de eso no he visitado, no conozco mucho de Argentina. Pero viví 2 años en Chile y me gustó Chile, pero sé que a veces los chilenos y los argentinos no se llevan bien. Pero viví en la misma casa con varios argentinos. Oh, che, muy bueno. Tienes que venir a Argentina a comer asado. Oh, sí, he escuchado que los asados en Argentina son muy buenos. Yo he comido asado con argentinos, pero no en Argentina, porque en Chile habían bastantes familias de Argentina. Entonces a veces me invitaban a comer asado o lo que fuera. Milanesas, me gustan las milanesas, napolitanas o con limón, también muy bueno. Entonces yo he comido asado estilo argentino, pero no con carne argentina. Y he escuchado que la carne argentina es muy buena. Así que un día iré a visitar a mis amigos en Argentina y probaré el asado argentino en Argentina. USA, USA, USA. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. I enjoy Spanish a lot. It's a really neat language. And a lot of really cool people that speak Spanish too. We are pushing, guys. We're pushing. Because I do not want to get in at 8:30 tonight when it's getting dark. The GPS says I can get in at 6:30, and so I'm pushing to get in at 6:30. Oh, now it says 6:38. I need to up the ante, up my speed, get going. Yeah, it's so much about the people, the culture. It's so wonderful. There's a lot of problems in a lot of those countries, but there's also just a lot of beauty in their culture and their hospitality. Mi casa, su casa, just like everything about. There's so much about los Latinos que me encanta, that I love. So, che, amigo, no sé si seguirás vos aquí, pero quiero saber de vos qué pensás de tu presidente, del chabón ese, ¿cómo se llama? Milei. A mí me cae bien. A mí me cae bien, pero me parece que a muchos les cae mal ese señor. Entonces, quisiera tener tu opinión sobre eso. Oh, dude, I gotta say, roadkill is way like sadder and grosser and smells way worse when you're riding a bike than when you're in a car. It's bad. Woo. A ver, ¿qué dice? Es un tema complicado. Pero mi opinión es que está muy bien. Tuvimos muchos años bajo la corrupción. Ok, está bien. Leí tu respuesta. Ok. Interesante, sí. Yo sé que las cosas han estado muy difíciles por mucho tiempo. Lo que es triste porque, bueno, lo que yo sé, me parece que en un tiempo como en los 1900, por ahí, hace como 100 años, tal vez un poco más, era el país más rico del mundo, ¿no? Entonces es triste lo que pasó con la corrupción, con la, ¿cómo se llama? Inflación, como hiperinflación, algo así se llama, ¿no? Cuando el dinero no valía lo que antes valía, ¿no? A ver qué más dices. La gente no entiende, fueron casi acostumbrados a que le regalen dinero. Ah, entiendo. Entonces mi ley está cortando como muchos programas de ¿cómo se llama eso? Como para ayudar a los pobres, está cortando muchos de esos programas. Pero sí se entiende igual por qué sería innecesario, entonces. Pero es interesante para mí escuchar las opiniones diferentes de qué piensa la gente del presidente y todo. Ayudas sociales que solo ganaban los sindicatos y gente corrupta. Está bien, entiendo. Ok. Bueno, gracias por por compartirme tu perspectiva ahí. ¿De qué parte sos? Yeah, it's really interesting what's going on in Argentina. For those that don't know, they've had a lot of hyperinflation and just unemployment and other problems going on, and so okay, de La Plata. Está bien, eso cerca de Buenos Aires, sí. Ok, yo conocí a una chica en Chile que era de allá, de La Plata. Me parece un sector lindo de Buenos Aires, no sé. Cool, pero gracias por compartirme. Eso pues, amigo. Algún día visitaré de nuevo Argentina. Pushing, guys, pushing. Making another 26 miles. Ir a recorrer el norte argentino en bicicleta, algo muy bueno, lindo, inolvidable, la ruta 40. Ok, me parece. Yo he escuchado de gente que va para allá para explorar en bicicleta, pero está bien. Tendré que ir. Tengo un amigo en Jujuy también, entonces. Y una amiga en, ¿cómo se llama? Un poco más hacia el sur de Jujuy. Pero ok, está bien, tendré que ir entonces. Sería lindo visitar para allá. Y tengo otro amigo que vive en Neuquén, que sé que es más hacia el sur, pero he escuchado que Neuquén y por ahí es muy lindo también. Me gustaría ir a visitar. Sure. Yeah. I can explain, and you can probably go back. I don't know if it translates the comments for you guys, but for me, it has this thing where it translates the comments. I was just asking him. I was talking a little bit about what I love about Argentina, just the culture and the food. If you guys ever get a chance to try Argentinian food, it's really good. It's kind of like, it's a little bit like Italian food. They have a lot of Italian influence. There was a lot of Italians and also Germans that arrived to Argentina back in the day, back in the early 1900s. And so they have a lot of Italian influence in their food and even in their accent and the way they talk. For example, he used a word that a lot of Argentinians use. It's che, but che is an Italian word that means like that or what, but the Argentinians use it to mean or like yeah, ¿qué pasa? Che, or like, I don't know how to explain it. You might have to look that one up, but exactly. But it's used quite a bit in Argentina. So anyhow, we were talking a little about the food. If you ever get a chance to try it, it's very good. They have this one food called milanesas that I really like. They have a lot of good soups and pastas. They have really good like grills, grilled out. What do you call that? Like asado is what they say in Spanish, but it's like when you grill out. It's not exactly barbecue, but kind of their barbecue, you know. Really good. Anyhow, I was also asking him what he thinks about their president, because they have he's not that new, but they've had a president the last couple of years, I think. Its name is Javier Milei, and he's one of the first more like right-leaning presidents they've had in a while, more conservative. But he was an economist, from what I understand. His politics economist. He's a little crazy, but it's pretty funny too, I think. He's an economist, and so I think he's actually been great for this. Really struggling, a lot of unemployment, hyperinflation. Like, people are really struggling, and so anyhow, the Javier Milei guy gets in, and he basically took away. I was asking him what he thought, and he was explaining right now. Juan was explaining that he basically took away a lot of welfare programs because there was a lot of people that weren't working, that were just living off the government. And so he took away a lot of red tape to kind of unleash the economy. I heard a quote by him one time, and he's like, if we haven't said it's illegal, it's not illegal. Just go do it. Like, go build things, go open. Hopefully it's not anybody important. But anyhow, that was what the conversation was about. I was just kind of asking him what he thought about the president, if he liked him. Because there's also a lot of outrage, you know, people that are seeing these welfare programs taken away. And, you know, an economy isn't rebuilt in a few days. And so it's taking time. It's taking a long time for anything to change, really. But things have been stabilized, you know, so there's not the inflation anymore. Things are finally kind of like stabilized. And it's looking like things are going to get better, but there's still a lot of debate of whether what he's doing is actually working. And so a lot of people don't like him. especially because he's also worked together with Trump on a lot of things. He's gotten money from Trump, and so a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people just think he's a butt kisser, from what I understand. So I don't know. It's something I've been following a little bit of, just because I like Argentina. It interests me as a country. It used to be the richest country in the world for a time. And so it interests me to learn about it. And to see the changes being made. But I don't know that much about it, but I've been following some. So I thought it would be a cool opportunity to ask mi amigo Juan about it. Anyhow. Aguante el mate y el dulce de leche. Amén. Amén. Bueno, yo no soy muy fanático del mate, para ser completamente sincero. Pero de hecho, yo he probado unos mates buenos, pero la mayoría no me gustó mucho, para ser completamente honesto. Pero el dulce de leche sí me gusta mucho. Y las otras comidas, y ¿cómo se llaman esos dulces que son? Bueno, los bonobons me gustan. ¿Qué más? ¿Cómo se llaman esos? Son como tortitas y otros dulces que se comen en la noche no sé, no me acuerdo. Esos también son muy ricos. ¿Vos sos de la Boca o de River? Me interesa saber. ¿De Boca o River? De Boca cuando estaba en Buenos Aires. Fui al estadio ahí. Muy lindo todo. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm trying to push to make it a decent hour because I think I'm still kind of far away. I don't know what's taking me so long today. So I'm really trying to push and keep my speed up and whatnot. But yeah, I'm doing good. It's pretty hot today. Actually, right now it's not bad because there's a bunch of clouds. The sun's starting to go down a little. But earlier today it was pretty hot. So, but not too bad now. Doing pretty good. Something smells really bad right here. It smells like something dead, but it smells like something dead for a while. But yeah, I'm still 22 miles from my destination. So still have a decent amount of time before I'm there, but my goal is to get in before 7. My goal is to get in before 7. How are you doing, Dad? I haven't seen a whole lot of people today, so it's been kind of hard talking to people. Just been biking away, I guess. New Bethel Missionary Baptist. They say no matter what you are facing in life, trust God. Amen. We're in Bethel, looks like. Bethel, North Carolina. That's a town. I guess that's a town. Nice and flat today though, which is good. That's always a bonus. It's way less tiring exhausting, painful, all of the above when it's fairly flat. When it's hilly, like, I don't know, like the hills can be kind of forgiving in that when you get up to the top of the hill and you go down the hill, you go really fast down the hill. But at the same time, you have to take a lot more breaks because it's just exhausting. So I don't know that it makes you go way slower, but the hills make you go way slower. They just make you have to take a lot more breaks and exhaust you, get you tired out a lot quicker. So I'm very grateful I'm now in territory where there isn't as many hills, and I hope it stays that way from here until Florida, which I think it will. Pretty sure it will, so that's the good news. Means house of God in Hebrew. Oh, cool. Interesting. Good. One more client and I'm done with work for the week. Nice. That's great. What's today? Wait, you're done with work for the week? What's today? Is today Thursday? Dang. I don't even keep track of the days anymore, hardly. They all just kind of blended together. I don't think I even realized it was Thursday. A lot of beautiful homes and properties around here. Really nice, just house on a big field. Sometimes even in the middle of crops. Pretty cool. Dang, the wind is so strong, it's making it hard to go very fast. So I'm riding into the wind. Yeah, the days are kind of running together. Oh man. Are you just gonna be at the house tomorrow, Dad, or are you going to the Shakespeare stuff with them? The Shakespeare play and all that? I'm just sticking around here. Okay. Just lone wolfing it again. I don't know how that feels. I am not carrying. I don't have my license or anything to carry, so. And personally, I don't know how that would make me feel. Like, I would maybe do it, but I don't know. It's not something I've ever done or I ever saw my parents do, you know. My sister does, or at least did for a while. But I never have, and so it also gets tricky when you're going through places like New York City, or there's a lot of places like that that have very strict laws and rules. Very different from, and state to state, you know, you gotta know the rules, so. I have some pepper spray with me, but that's all. But, you know, I haven't really had any issues with anybody tough even, or just people honk and cuss at me from their car, but otherwise, that's probably been the biggest danger, is just like other cars, but not really had any issues with other people, so that's good. I guess that's fair too. Maybe people that do carry wouldn't want to say that, but I do not carry, so that's just the honest truth. That is just the honest truth. I do not carry, and you know, living 2 years in Chile, in some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Chile, I saw some crazy stuff, and there it's totally illegal to carry, right? So of course I didn't carry. I didn't have any kind of weapon, any kind of to defend myself. And I don't know. I ended up being fine there. So not to say I wouldn't ever carry. I'm just not in the habit, even in high stress circumstances, situations. Not the best shot either, so I'd probably need to go to the range and like practice up a lot. So yeah, I don't even own a handgun either. I have a shotgun, but I don't own a handgun, so would have had to buy something too. But yeah. Hello, Tim the Toughest. Okay, that's fair, Scott. Yeah. No, to each their own. Yeah. I'm with you, Dad. Like, I totally support the right. I think it's great that people can. Because there were times living in Chile, watching people get shot, watching people having a gun put to my head, you know, like, there were definitely times where I'm like, how do all the bad guys have guns? You know, all the thieves. And drug lords, and how do they all have guns and then none of the normal law-abiding citizens do? You know, that's the little, it probably would have been a little different story if normal people could have guns down there. I don't know how it would play out in their society and whatnot, but I am very grateful for the right that we have to carry. But I guess I've just, especially in this country, never really felt the need either. And I don't know, maybe the day will come where I have some experience that will make me feel the need to carry. Because I feel like if you carry, you gotta be good with it too, you know? Like, because if you ever were to get into a situation where somebody else pulled on you, or, you know, where you felt like you had to defend yourself, chances are that you pulling out their gun is gonna could in some cases they're just gonna probably, you know, come after you either way. But in other instances, you pulling out your gun could make the situation more tense and push them over the edge and make them more likely to shoot you. And so if you're gonna carry, you better be pretty good with it. Or worse, if you get attacked and they get the gun from you, that would be bad. So, just not something I've ever done or messed with. But my sister used to carry, and her husband carries, of course. He's a policeman, and like I get it. It's a one. Do it back. Let's see. What kind of bike are you using? I am using a GT Aggressor, is what it's called. It's just like a mountain bike that I got for a couple $100 off of Facebook Marketplace where I live. So it's nothing fancy. I think it's a nice bike. I don't really know much about bikes, so I guess I can't really tell you how nice it is or anything. But it feels like a pretty nice bike to me, but it's not a road bike or gravel bike, like a mountain bike, but it's been working pretty good. I've enjoyed it. Let's see the next question. How did you stay in Chile after those awful experiences? Well, it was hard. The first time I ever got mugged, I was new in Chile, barely spoke the language. Guy like against a pole in a park, and I was yelling out for help, and there was a bunch of people in the park and nobody helped me, and so I got robbed, got all my stuff taken. He had a knife that time, but here I was, 18, just barely 18 years old. I just left my house in a foreign country, barely speak the language, getting robbed like that. Guy told me he'd killed 2 people. I didn't understand that, you know. And he told me if I didn't give her all of my stuff, there was a guy behind this tree over to the side that was gonna shoot me in the head, right? And so it was pretty terrifying. And then I got robbed just a couple weeks after that in the same area, in the same neighborhood. And by gunpoint, the guy trapped us in this little like apartment area and pulled a gun to us and said that he was going to shoot us if we didn't give over all our stuff. So that was also pretty freaky, and I kind of honestly got PTSD from it. And my job was to walk around in the streets every day until like 10, 11 p.m. talking to people about Jesus. But I was terrified. Like, I'd see people crossing the street coming towards us, and I'd get freaked out, you know? Like, I was just always on edge. It was exhausting being outside all day long every day and just stressed, always looking over my shoulder, always worried someone was gonna shoot us or whatever. So I actually ended up asking the mission president, that's his name, and that was his title, but he's basically like the guy over all the missionaries in my area. Like, there was 200 of us. I asked him if I could be moved to a different area, and he was a really cool, nice guy. So he said of course, and I had already been in that neighborhood for like 4 months, and so he moved me to a little bit safer area. Still not perfectly safe, but a little bit safer area, and he put me with this guy that was 6'4". This guy that was like 6'4", 6'5", and like just huge and buffed. And yeah, he's playing football right now actually for Weber State University. That guy I was with, just giant dude, mountain of a man. And so anyhow, got put with that guy, and that helped me. I was with him for a couple months in that safer area, and after a few months in that safer area, I was feeling a lot better. I just kind of got used to the culture more, to the problems that there were. I learned how to watch out for myself, how to just walk away when sketchy people came up. You know, all the kind of tips and tricks that you learn. I got better with that, and so when I went to a couple other areas that were a little rougher, I was more prepared, and I didn't have any issues after that. I kind of like worked through my trauma, I guess you could say, and I was fine. But it definitely did freak me out pretty bad, especially being right at the beginning of my mission, right at the beginning of my time in Chile. That's what I was doing in Chile. Yeah, I was spreading the good word. I was a missionary for my church for 2 years. So I would just go around talking to people about Jesus. And I think that's definitely a lifelong pursuit of anyone that believes in Jesus, right? Is to spread the word, to share with others about it. I do think it changes and evolves throughout your life, the way in which you can do it. So, you know, I think we need people to go out in the streets and talk to people about God. But some people aren't going to be very receptive to that, you know? And so I think another way to spread the word is just by being an example to other people of a good person, of a good Christian, of someone that cares about other people and watches out for them, and just tries to follow what they know best, you know, to do. And so that's kind of my position on it right now, you know. Like, I do try and share some of being a Christian and my beliefs with others, but also just try and focus on, you know, living and hoping that, as we learn in Matthew 5, you know, that a city set on a hill cannot be lit, you know, and Christ also tells us to let your good works What does he say? Be seen before men only to glorify God, something like that. And so let your light so shine before men that they might glorify the Lord their God. So it's kind of my position on it, you know. I had a brief PTSD after being robbed with a hunting knife to my throat at night. A teenager on a bicycle came up from behind me while I sat on a bus stop bench. Oh my goodness. That's pretty terrifying, yeah. Yeah, wow. To your throat too, like, dang. What'd you do? Did you give over your stuff, or did you fight, or run, or just hand over your things? That is traumatizing. Holy cow, did that happen in Minneapolis? In Minnesota, where you're from? Wow, that is terrifying. That's crazy, yeah. Sometimes that's the best thing to do, is just give over your things and hope they leave you alone. I don't know. Of course, nobody wants to do that, but sometimes that's better than losing your life, potentially. All the emotions hit, you know? I'm gonna get some more water, guys. guys. Whew. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, I'm just feeling a little in the hands. Down where the sun don't shine, I'm kind of feeling it too. Like the seat kind of jabs up in there, if you know what I'm saying. I'm kind of feeling it, but I'm doing good. Let's see. I got 17 more miles to go to a barrel roll. That's funny. I would if I could. I really would. Yeah, fair enough. It happens. right, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Get back on the road. At the end of my ride, well, I'm going to make it, the goal is to make it to Key West, Florida, which is a little island off of Florida. There's all these bridges. If you're from Europe, maybe you don't know, but there's all these bridges when you get down to the end of Florida. They connect all these little islands together. They're called the Keys. And so I'm trying to make it to Key West, which is the southernmost. It's funny it's called Key West because it's really also it's the most western, I think, but it's also the most southern key or island. And so once you get there, there's a big old monument that says like the southernmost tip of the continental United States or something like that. So the goal is to make it to that. To that like monument that they've got there. So, yeah. That'll be the end of my ride. And then probably eat a slice of key lime pie. When I get to the end, because Key West is known for their key lime pie. I take a dinner break now. Catch you later, Parker. Have a good last leg this evening. Thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate you being on and saying hi and chatting. And I hope you have a good dinner. And I will see you later. I will see you later. Take care. See you later, man. Oh my goodness, I just got chased by a dog. What the heck? Good thing I'm faster than that darn thing. Big old pit bull started chasing me down, growling. Came from somebody's yard across the street, running behind me, growling. Whew, that freaked me out. Tell me your political views. What do you want to know? I guess I start really broad. Conservative, kind of like classical liberalism. I believe in small government. I believe in freedom. I'm more of a fiscal conservative. I don't think the government needs to spend so much money, that they could spend a lot less money. I believe in capitalistic free market systems. That and trade between countries, specialization, that makes the world wealthier and happier in a lot of ways. I believe in law and order, but I also believe most people are good, and then most people's political beliefs, a lot of it comes from where they grew up and where they're from and who they are. And I think that's worth listening to, people. That everyone deserves a chance to be heard. What else do I believe in politically speaking? I believe in democracy, where everybody's voice can be heard and everybody's vote counts. I believe in patriotism, that it's important to love your country, and part of loving your country means to work hard to make it better, wherever you're from, and whatever you believe better means. Those are some of my political views. Let me know if you have any questions, if you want me to expound any more on anything. Did I vote for Trump? I actually did not. But I didn't vote. That's the thing. I did not vote. I was in Chile, and I did want to vote. But I was too late. I was too late to signing up for like mail-in voting, and so I missed the opportunity. That would have been my first time voting, but who I was really following and supporting, and even donated. I donated to his campaign, and I was like all into him and his ideas. Was not Trump. It was Vivek Ramaswamy, actually. So he gets kind of hated on a lot by Republicans. One, because he's not Christian, he's Hindu, so a lot of people don't like that for some reason, which I think is kind of silly because he's has a lot higher morals and values than Trump does. So, but he just had a lot of great ideas. I think he's really smart, and he had a lot of really good ideas to try out. So I wanted to see him as president. He's actually running for governor in Ohio right now. So we'll see if he wins that, becomes governor or not. I'd like to see him as governor too there, even though I'm not from Ohio, just to see how he does as a governor. Because I could see him running for president again. And if he did a good job at being governor, maybe people would want to see him as president. So I don't know. But he's who I was supporting. Now, when he lost in the primaries, and it was between Biden and then Kamala Harris, even though I could give you a very long list of things that I don't really like about Trump, and why I don't think he's really all that conservative after all. I feel like he's been kind of tarnishing the Republican Party a lot and changing the definition of what it means to be conservative in a lot of ways that I don't appreciate, especially with how he is fiscally, the way he spends money. I'm not big into the way he spends money. I don't like the tariffs that he did. I don't know, there's a lot of things that I don't really like that he's done. And just the way he behaves and carries himself, I think, is embarrassing for a lot of Americans. So some people think it's funny. I personally think it's kind of embarrassing. And the way he treats other people and puts other people down. Not a big fan, but I guess we'll see how these next couple of years are. What do you think about Trump? Strawberry kitten? Okay, we got Jared in here commenting too. How's it going, Jared? Yeah, I think that's how a lot of people are feeling about Trump right now. They're just kind of frustrated with some of the things that are going on recently. I think a lot of people don't like the Iran stuff. I think a lot of people are, because the idea was going to be no new wars. And he started by ending a bunch of wars and making a bunch of peace and stuff, and then we got involved in Iran. I think a lot of people don't like that. I personally don't love it. idea about what people and people think about it too. So it's hard to know always, but from what I can tell, you're on. Whoa. Looks like I'm just about to drive by. I don't know if it's the ocean or what. It looks beautiful. Oh shoot, there's this sign here that says low rails, high crosswinds. It has a spike sign. It's gonna be a little sketchy, guys. Do a kickflip. Hey, yeah, I do remember you. I'm pretty sure you told me you're a mountain biker. Is that right? How's it going? Found me again. I am here in North Carolina. I'm about to go across this big cool bridge. Some serious winds right here. Wow. Yeah, the winds here are intense. We are 10 miles away. We are just 10 miles away. Should be there in about an hour. The wind's a little better off that bridge, which is good. Because I was going slow on that bridge because of the so bad wind. And that bridge was several miles across too. It's pretty crazy. Like when people create these trains. The truck honked, and then the next car honked, and then the car after that honked. All right, guys, I think I'm struggling with the connection some. And I think the guy just called me. He probably asked me where I am, so I think I'm going to hop off of here. Thanks you all so much for being on here, and I will see you tomorrow. Gracias a todos. Se cuidan mucho.